Hey, everybody. So we're doing a deeper dive on etheric chords. And etheric chords are our connections to people, to past events, and to active situations where there's an energy that moves back and forth. You know, we don't do things, isolated and without an energy interaction. There's always an interaction, there's always a kind of a connection. Now we have good chords between like people that we know and situations, and then we have negative chords, which the negative chords, if you look at it from an energetic point of view, might be contaminating or be negative or create blockages in the body. If we look at it from the point of view of the nervous system, basically when we have a negative chord between us and a person, a situation, or a past event, it's causing dysregulation in our body. Part of how a negative chord forms is through the dysregulation in the nervous system, fight, flight, fawn, or freeze, right? And so this aspect is a defense aspect or a protective aspect that is associated with this part of the nervous system, and it forms like an energetic, connection or bond. The way that we are able to release these cords or these connections, energetically, you could go through and manually cut cords, but a lot of times they just reattach, and it's because of the dysregulation. So the way that we go through and release these negative cords is through diminishing the dysregulation in the nervous system, right? So when we're working chords, really what we're saying is we're working dysregulation and improving vagal tone specific to this person, this event, or this active situation, right? Whatever these situations are, like say you got into a car accident or you had some weird event happen, and it's like, well, every time I go back to it, I have a weird response or I get emotional, whatever it is. Part of how that's happening is an imbalance in the nervous system. You know, when we're in dysregulation, there's signaling that goes to the brain from the body that generates like strong emotions and potentially repetitive thoughts. It's trying to let your brain know, hey, we have a crisis here. So then the body gets agitated, the mind gets agitated, right? So we're calming down dysregulation, but we're also improving vagal tone. And vagal tone is tied to rest and repair, right? Your body is able to rest, repair, and also digest your food, right? So with that, when we look at these situations, yes, there's an energetic connection, but what we call negative energy in the body is dysregulation of the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which is toward associated with action, activity, and fight flight. Right? And our ability to release something, right, to release and be able to let it go is a diminishing of that dysregulation, but it's also an increase of vagal tone. So as we increase the vagal tone, our chakras become bigger, our nervous system becomes more relaxed, the chakras pump much better. We're coming from a place of our higher faculties rather than our lower faculties. If we look at it from the point of view of like the aura and the energy body, we go from being in survival field, right, which is tied to fight, flight, action, activity, into the soul field, which is rest, repair, intuition, healing, and spiritual connection or connection to the higher soul. So, this idea is not just some weird energy thing, there's actually a neurological foundation for this. And, you know, I think we've all had the experience like, I go back and I think about something, a year ago or 10 years ago or 20 years ago, and it's like, ugh, it's upsetting. I have some emotions. I start talking fast. I get agitated. you know, something's still there. And part of it is we're still connected to that. And what that means to the body is the body still thinks that that situation is happening. The body still thinks that you're in that situation. It's not just like, oh, there's this little energetic connection that goes and attaches to that old event. In a way, yes, there is that, but your body still thinks it's in that car accident, or your body still thinks it's in that bad argument with a friend or family member. Your body still thinks it's in that weird traumatic event that happened, at the grocery store or whatever it was, right? Your body doesn't know that you've walked away. Your mind and your emotions, they do. But your body is perceiving things in a very different way. And so part of that connection is the body still feels like it's happening, right? So we're trying to complete a neural loop. Again, a neural loop is an event happened, a perception or event happened. Then we go into like a deeper level of the survival field where we go into action activity, where we go into defense, where we run or we're afraid, where we're traumatized and we're freezing and trying to assess and take in more information, or we're fawning, where there's the threat of abandonment or we feel abandoned, and then we are trying to adjust our behavior to fit in somewhere, right? And so what happens, why the body still thinks it's happening, is at that point we get stuck, and that becomes a loop, becomes this program that continues to run over and over and over again, like it doesn't shut off, right? Normally, what would happen is the event happens, we go, okay, it's resolved, and then the nervous system goes, okay, let's complete this cycle. So we discharge the need for running, fighting, freezing, fawning, whatever action activity that we thought we needed or that we did need, right? And so we complete that, which we discharge that activation in the body. And so we go into like more of a repair mode. Energetically, it's a discharging of that defensive or protective energy. And then we go into a restorative phase where the body goes back to its normal operating parameters, right? And so when we have chords, we've been stuck in a loop. We haven't gone into completion and we haven't gone into restoration. So what we're doing here is we're manually looking at different situations and we're going, let's complete the loop. Let's let's go into completion and then into restoration, right? And so what happens is as we hit our hot spots, like, oh, that event 10 years ago, that event last week, that event from when I was 5, you go through and you hit your spikes or your hot spots, there starts to be a cascading effect across everything where then it starts to calm down dysregulation to a much higher degree, even in other situations, and we lose the predisposition to get dysregulated, and or it diminishes, I should say, and then we increase the potential for the vagal tone or the rest and repair or the ability to heal these aspects. So working with chords is a lot more than just I got to get rid of Uncle Bob or I got to get rid of this person at work. Yes, there is that component, but there is something much deeper happening other than just this aspect. You know, sometimes in circles, like when we're in person or something, people will hear me talk about chords and they go, I'm not really into the energy thing. You don't have to be, because we're also talking about the nervous system. And you're talking about basically harmonizing or regulating the nervous system. You're talking about regulating your instinctive responses or the tendency to get triggered. You're calming all these things down so that your body and your nervous system are in a much more balanced place. This will impact your emotions. This will impact your thoughts. This will also impact how your body functions, right? Like, for example, there was a lady that I treated, this is many years ago, and she had these really bad migraines. And she had a migraine every day, like it just never went away. And, she had seen several specialists, physicians, pain management specialists. And finally she came to me and, I tried some of the things, but I was like, you've already tried all the stuff with doctors. Let's think outside the box. And so, we tried a couple of things. None of it really worked. I mean, I don't even know that it brought it down even a little bit. And then we started playing with the idea of chords with the people around her. And when we did the chords with her husband, her migraines went away. Now, here's the issue is she didn't have a negative relationship with her husband. Her and her husband were on very good terms. The problem was that he had a very stressful job. And so these connections that we have, right? She was experiencing his stress. Like he would come home and she goes, sometimes when he comes home, my migraines get worse. She was experiencing his stress from work and it was impacting her, right? It was a transference through these chords, or you could look at it from the point of view, if you want to disregard the idea of the energetic cord, is proximity, right? She was now closer to her husband physically. They're in the same house, they're interacting, and his nervous system is dysregulated to the point where her body goes, something's wrong. This person is dysregulated. They're in fight flight. I'm going to go into fight flight to either protect myself or from him or from whatever his body is freaked out about, right? So his dysregulation caused dysregulation in her, right? So you can look at it from the energetic point of view, but you can also look at it from the point of view of just the dysregulation caused dysregulation in her. And as we went through and we calmed these things down, the migraines went away. You know, I taught her some tricks and, between using like a blend like we're using now or the use of salt baths, um, we got rid of the migraines. She had had the migraines. It was like 12 or 14 years. It was a really long time. I can't remember. It's been so long. So this is what we're going to play with today. There's different ways, there's different angles. A lot of times for something that maybe had a very profound effect on us, it's multifaceted, and so we come at it from different angles. But we're going to do quick and easy, and we're going to do long and deep, right? So we're going to be using the same oils through the whole day, right? So your choices are ironbark eucalyptus, marjoram, poplar, rue, St. John's wort, or etheric cords. It just says cords here, but etheric cords or etheric cords premium. Yeah, that was what was in my notes. So we'll fix it. Okay, so etheric cords premium, ironbark, marjoram, poplar, rue, St. John's wort, whatever you have. Now, at first, the very first thing you're going to do is you're just going to check in with yourself. How do you feel? How does your body feel? How's your emotions? How are your thoughts? Do you have tension in your body? How's your back? How's your jaws? The clarity of your mind? How settled do you feel in your body? Okay. So, with that, let's start going down the rabbit hole. First, let's just have you not even really directed anywhere, but just start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with whatever oil you're using. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Which one are you? Yeah. And then just pause and let go. And again, you're not really thinking about anything or directing it anywhere. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go. Okay. So notice how you feel. That make your body feel a little more relaxed and made it feel something, right? Usually your body will relax even with just that without even directing it. And part of why that's happening is some dysregulation is calming down and vagal tone is increasing, right? So you're already starting to release from those situations from an energetic point of view, from a neurological point of view. Dysregulation is coming down, vagal tone is increasing. You're going into a more restful state. You're going into a state where you're completing and then starting to restore in some of these different areas. Now let's get specific, right? So now think of people around you. Now, it can be a situation that's negative, but also like that woman with her husband, she had a good relationship with her husband, but because of his stressful work and the dysregulation, one of the things she would say is, we don't always feel as connected, right? Connection doesn't come from the sympathetic part of the nervous system. Connection comes from the parasympathetic part, right? So if we increase the parasympathetic activity, which is rest and repair, we tend to have deeper connections with the people that we want to have connections with. If there's negative people where it's like, I don't want a better connection with them, it actually releases that connection so that you don't have to have as much back and forth. We don't have to figure out what's going to happen. You just increase vagal tone, decrease dysregulation, and then just be yourself. That's all you got to do. Right? So, with that, we're going to think of a person. We're going to do this multiple times today. So, don't feel that you need to squeeze in your list. We're going to be bouncing around, right? We're going to do several people. So, think of one person and stay concentrated on that one person. You're concentrating on them and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still thinking of that same person. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Okay, you're just being still. You're letting it incubate for a moment. Now let's do that same person again. You're thinking of that same person. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths as you concentrate on that person. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go. How's that starting to feel? Now, let's do an active situation, something you got going on. Doesn't necessarily have to be bad, but like some project, some goal, some interaction with a group of people, or even some event where you're like, oh, I gotta clean out that closet. Ugh. It doesn't have to be people oriented. Gotta clean out that garage. Gotta wash the car. Gotta bounce the checkbook. Whatever it is. Think of some situation where, like, you're doing something or you need to do something. Concentrate on it and then start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then just pause and be still. Again, that same active situation, whatever it was, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. How are you starting to feel? You already look like it's nappy nap time. Yeah. This is a great thing to do at the end of the day before bed. You're just disconnecting from anything that's causing you dysregulation through the day, and you're able to go to sleep better. For us, like we have, little bottles of etheric cords scattered just, on the coffee table, by my workstation, on my desk, like, it's just by the bed. And, I don't even have to get up and look for it. I just reach down and grab it and inhale it. So wherever I'm at the end of the day, I go through and I do a little cycle of it, just a couple minutes, and it makes a difference. So we're going to go through and experience a past event. And again, it doesn't necessarily have to be a negative event. It can just be something that was impactful to you some way, somehow, good or bad. So think of the past event and begin inhaling. And then just pause. So first, you could just inhale it at the end of the day, non-specifically, and you notice it will have like a calming or soothing effect. Then you can start being specific to situations. You want to stay connected to your partner or your kids or the people around you, friends. You go through and you do that. Or if you're dealing with somebody difficult at work or an Uncle Bob or, some aspect like that, then you can go through and unwind the effect that that person might have on your physiology, which would then later translate into an emotional or mental reaction, right? So also like when we have situations, an active situation, something might trigger us. It might be some pattern from the past that has nothing to do with the task at hand, but it comes up and is on our face a little bit. So the idea of doing this with situations that we're trying to get things done, it just makes us be able to get things done more efficiently and without a reaction or a triggering that happens from events in the past or patterns that we might have. Then we have the past events and, especially things that are traumatic or that were upsetting. Sometimes we're still connected to those. Our nervous system is still reacting, and it's a way of gently getting up and walking out of that situation. And again, a reminder, mentally and emotionally, you might have already walked away, right? But your body has been left behind. We want to complete that neural loop, right? We want to diminish um, any sort of issue in that neural cycle that is causing the loop. So by going through and revisiting these old events, you're completing the neural cycle and you're diminishing the loops that are still running from those old situations. So we're going to revisit these again, but we're going to do an even deeper dive. We're going to switch to number two, segment two, which the beginning is the same, but we're going to take it into body awareness, and then we're going to do a little transmutation process. You don't necessarily have to do this one every day, but this is more for situations where it's like, oh, this one's a bit sticky, or this one's, why I oughta, it's one of those kinds of situations, right? So we're going to start off the same, but we're going to go through a couple different processes after the fact. So again, we're going to do a person. Does not have to be the same person. It can be a different person. Does not have to be negative. It could also be a positive situation, right? So you're focused on the person. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, you're going to pause for a moment. Now, here we're going to go into body awareness. We're going to feel our body. We're going to listen to our body, which deepens the effect of the work with the etheric chords blend. It deepens the vagal tone and it deepens the tendency to diminish the dysregulation. So you're just assessing your body. You're not necessarily going to your bad back or your sore shoulder. You're listening to your body. Like, where do I feel this in my body? Right? So if you have a couple of places, just choose one of them. You're shifting how your body and mind interact with each other. It's more about that than the location where you're putting your attention. So be aware of your body, find a spot, concentrate on that spot, and again, start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Did that feel a little deeper than the first one? That felt deeper to you than the. Just with this, your body is going into deeper levels of rest and repair. And just at this point, your body is diminishing dysregulation to a higher degree. Now we're going to do a little bit of transmutation. So, no need to think of the person. Begin inhaling whatever oil you're using. Your awareness is on the soles of the feet. Move your awareness to your low back, the backside of your navel, known as the Ming Men. Your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back throat. Your awareness is on the tip of your nose. Awareness is on the brain. Your crown, the top of your head. 12 inches above your head. You're going from your crown to 12 inches above your head. And then just let go. Notice how you feel. We're going to do another round, but before we do that, I thought we'd open it up to shares and questions so that, you could get out whatever you question that you have, and then we'll go through and we'll practice some more. So you can unmute yourself, you can type in. Feel free to fire away.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Good morning. Um, wow, this is cleaning before you even start cleaning.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
much better,
No joke.
it's a much better place to start. Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
goodness.
No joke. Yeah.
At least, you wouldn't necessarily be backtracking as much.
Right.
Yes. Oh, this is lovely. It's exactly, I think, what we all need right now. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for bringing
Good,
this
good.
to our awareness. And
How does your body feel? I'm just curious.
oh, it feels really, really good between yesterday and where we're at right now.
Hmm.
Very good. Actually, although it was worlds apart when we started yesterday until we ended, and it kind of really just has kind of carried on with that. And then this morning, I just didn't have a lot of the other stuff attached to me. So either I was,
Good.
yeah,
Very good. Yeah, very good.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's,
That's the thing. Life happens. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't always even have to be like, I think when I was younger, I always thought it had to be like super bad things, but sometimes it's just like quantity or, you know, even agitation in some of the people around. I remember I used to have this job when I was young, and the boss was a little bit of an Uncle Bob, and and I can remember like the days that he would be on site and the days that he wasn't on site was really the difference between I had a good day or I had a bad day. And I started realizing like every time he's there, I'm having a bad day. Every
Mm.
time he's not there, like we're all getting along, the job, everything's flowing, but then he would come on site and everybody was at odds with each other and things just wouldn't go well and it was just and I didn't know then what I know now, but looking back I was like, I could have just been using bucket loads of etheric chords and I probably would have been fine no matter what, you know. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
When thinking of an unpleasant interaction with the guy who replaced my heater, or when thinking about the end of life care I am providing for my dog, my body screamed at me through my gallbladder. In general, my gallbladder seems to be a real hot spot for dysregulation and homeostatic emotions. Working the etheric chords is diminishing the agitation and starting to bring it into some level of peace.
Yeah.
What is the significance of the gallbladder?
There's probably more going on than just the gallbladder, but like the idea is that just your system, especially like probably the liver and the gallbladder, are a bit agitated. And I would just keep calming down the nervous system so that the body could balance out. I don't know that we need to read into anything about like why this or why that. I just that, dysregulation is happening not just in an isolated area. It might be where you feel a symptom, but it's happening in other areas for that to even manifest. So I would say just keep treating it. And if you're having digestive issues, you could go deeper in like the digestive vagal tone and dysregulation there. But sometimes just even this will help resolve it, you know.
And go ahead, Sherry.
Hey, Sherry.
Good morning. Um, my son is an addict, so I
Mhm.
I love my son, but I hate his addiction. So I
Yeah,
focused
oh, I
on that.
understand. Yeah, I
I
understand.
focused on that, and what I saw was the cord from me to my son, cleaning up. I could see flowers uh, to going to him at the end of the cord, and then I could see love going to him. And I was wondering if he could feel this. I was wondering if um, it would help in his healing. And his daughter, as well, is really angry with him because of his addictions. Is it possible to do distant healing with this for him and my?
I would do the thing with back and forth with him, and then I do a thing with back and forth with her, the daughter.
Yes.
And the impact, like the interaction with you, does have an impact on them. And ideally, it would be maybe the daughter doing it with her dad.
Mhm.
If you could talk her into that, that would be good. As far as doing it for him, it probably wouldn't work that great. But still, you doing with your son and then you doing it with your granddaughter um, definitely would have an impact that, because the idea is we treat these areas that kind of spike our nervous system, and the more that they start to calm down and they start to kind of regulate, you are breaking that neural cycle and diminishing loops. And at some point, it starts to have a cascading effect over other areas of our nervous system, even things that we didn't address. Like that person with the gallbladder that just asked, like, if you start doing it, it will start impacting like more areas in the digestive system than just the gallbladder itself. And so here it's with a person, you keep pushing it in that direction and that direction, and there is some sort of influence, that idea is referred to as resonance, like how he's affecting you, but how you affect him. And as you go through and you open up these chords, the positive influence or the positive pattern or example keeps getting set in him that eventually he might eventually follow, even if it just is a diminishing of the pattern. That is a potential. And so the more you keep working it, like you said, you know, you're decreasing dysregulation and you're increasing vagal tone, which is another way of saying you're bringing in light to the situation. Anytime vagal tone increases, it is tied to the intuitive part of the mind, but it's tied to your body's ability to experience light. The dysregulation, that part of the nervous system, is associated with the form. And so the more light that comes in, like you said, you could feel almost like love at the end of the cord. Eventually, light turns into love. And if you look at what love is stability, love is providence, love is like a foundation of sorts. And so if it's done enough, definitely could have an impact. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're so welcome.
I'm realizing how I need to work with etheric cords. Usually I'm focusing on helping others with this through energetic treatments, but this is just what I needed. People came up who I didn't think of needing attention before.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was feeling pretty stressed when we started. This whole process has really helped me.
So good, and that makes me happy. But the thing that I would also say to add to your experience and your perception is that, if you're helping other people through energy healing or chiropractic or acupuncture or, talk therapy, whatever it might be, by going through and working the chords, when you have a patient or you have a client that you're working with, part of what's happening is there is an exchange of energy. Just like Sherry with her son, there's an exchange of energy. And the more that we work the chords, we're kind of opening up these like pathways or these channels. Or if you look at it from the neurological point of view, you're opening up the potential of influence to bring that person to that place of stability. And by working the chords, it actually makes you more effective with the person that you're dealing with because you can set a deeper example or there's a greater transference of energy between the two of you. So,
And go ahead, Teresa.
hey, hey.
Hello. Well, that was interesting. Um, I had I don't know, like a tree trunk come out of my solar plexus, and it was so intense that I had to go get Palo Santo. So I remembered your technique from yesterday.
Mhm.
Um, but it was very wild. It was I don't even know how to describe it yet, other
And it
than
happened on the second segment, not the first one.
the second one was the purification, right?
Right, where you do the body awareness and
Yeah.
yeah.
It happened on the first one, and I just kind of get a visual of, where you see trees where they have those big bulbs
Hmm.
that grow off of them. It was like that. It started off with one person, and then it was just this commingling of energy.
Yeah, sure.
And I got so nauseous, and I'm like, all right, maybe I'm breaking the rules, but I'm gonna go get Palo Santo. And then as soon as we started doing the soles of the feet and the Ming Men, and everything just started moving.
Oh, good.
Like Palo Santo calmed it down.
Yeah, yeah,
And I thought, I don't need to suffer with this anymore. Clearly, this wants to leave my body.
yeah.
So it was very, very cool. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Good, good.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. This is really great, and I love etheric cords. This is a real simple question. Could wearing etheric cords on your wrist in different places be enough, be at least be a help in situations that you know you're going into?
Yeah, because you know like if you think about it, when we think about it from the point of view of energy, this is why I kind of talk about it in different ways. If you think about it from the point of view of energy, you go, okay, I got this cord and it's emanating from me to this other person. I have to clean this cord, or, it's about the cord. But really, it's about the nervous system. Even that cord is about the nervous system. And so, if we're in a place where we're diminishing dysregulation and improving vagal tone, we can make it specific by thinking about the person, but still doing a body tonic or doing a salt bath or burning some incense or putting it on your wrist or on your heart. You're still shifting the nervous system. And so it doesn't necessarily always have to be so formal where you go, I'm thinking of this person. Pretty soon, we're looking for that cascading effect. And we do the hot spots because they're usually very agitating and they kind of get our attention, right? And so you start going like, hey, this is a thing. And I'm gonna focus on this other person. Hey, this is a thing. It's starting to make me feel good. And like Teresa, like I had a tree come out of my solar plexus, or whatever. And that gets the attention of the mind. But really, what you're really doing is, in all these situations that are chaotic, and even if it's with people that we care for, still they might have had a bad day, or they might be agitated, or somebody might be upset at them, and it's just like this chain reaction, right? And so the more that we just keep going, increase vagal tone, decrease dysregulation. It really changes the dynamic of how we interact with people and our environment. And by doing that, we're less likely to go into that survival field where we go into fight, flight, fawn and freeze, all of that. And so, yes, you totally could just wear it that way.
Great.
Yeah.
Um, when I was doing a lot of hospice stuff,
Hmm.
we had a class that you taught us to, wear something or do something before you went into a situation like that, because you said that people that, are dying or really sick, uh, create cords to get energy.
Yeah, sure.
Is the etheric cords what I
Yeah,
used at
etheric
the
chords
time?
would be perfect. Like etheric
Yeah.
chords, rue, all of those would be good. And the thing is like their body is in like, I gotta get life force, huh, because I'm fading away. And so the chords start to go out just to anything. But then also, like if you're in a hospice situation, the family members are looking to the person that is helping in that situation. And so sometimes what happens is, it can cause some dysregulation in your system, but also it was pretty consistent whenever I worked with some of the hospice nurses and things, is they would say things like, yeah, when a person passes, I grieve like the family. And part of what happens is we might be surrounded by the emotion, or we have the example of the emotion and we kind of take it on and we go through the grieving process, because once it's in our field, or once our nervous system has acknowledged that and taken it on, we process it just like if we generated it. And so there was this one time I was talking to a group of hospice nurses, and it was one of those things where it's an expo. Like I was one of like probably 8 speakers over a couple of days. And, I had some topic I was going to get up and talk about. And I got up and I started talking, and none of the nurses could really even sit up and like look. They were all like slumped over, and a couple of them were falling asleep. And I was like, at first I was like, well, it's an expo and it's probably pretty boring and everything. And I just started, like I stopped in the middle of the talk and I just started looking at them all. And I was like, it's chords. Like they're just covered in chords. And so I stopped talking and none of them noticed, which I thought was interesting. And then I said, you know, do any of you guys, feel the emotion when the family's going through something or the person's going something? Do you have like an emotional reaction? And they all kind of popped up and everybody's hand went up. And I said, let's do a little experiment. Everybody think of the last person that you worked with and like when they passed. And, just like how we do, go back and revisit that old experience, right? And so I did. And a couple of the nurses started crying, but one just, man, she was just like she could barely breathe. She was crying so hard. And I asked her, like, how long ago had that happened? And she said, like, it's been a couple of months. And so I had her come up front and I go, keep thinking about it. And I mean, she was just like, crying where it's like, she's like gasping for air and, she was having an experience. And I just energetically went through and cut the cords. And she was in the middle of crying. And then she went, what just happened? And I go, wasn't your emotion. It was tied to these cords. It was tied to this connection between you and the family. And she was just quiet and I go, call it up again. And she goes, yeah, I don't feel anything. I go, it was other people's emotions. And so, everybody was looking at me like, so I had her sit down and I said, another one, come up. And I go, think of the past situation. And she wasn't crying as hard, but she was obviously upset. And I cut the cords and she was like, where'd that go? And I was like, it's done. It wasn't your emotion. And so, I did this with a few of them. And the idea was that, you know, be it either through neurological resonance or these energetic cords, they were what they were thinking was their own emotion was actually the emotion or the emotional example from other people that then once it's kind of in your field and in your nervous system has to go through and do that cycle, that loop. And they were stuck in a loop. And so we just resolved that loop right there and then. And it was a game changer for him, especially with like nurses, doctors, chiropractors, massage therapists, acupuncturists. You'll see them a lot. Like when I used to travel and teach a lot in person, you'd see them a lot. They'd be sitting there and they'd fall asleep really fast. Like they'll be sitting there and then, like if they're not doing something, they kind of conk out. And these cords or connections are also somewhat draining to them, but they're causing dysregulation. And when that dysregulation's been there enough, it starts to deplete that part of the nervous system. So then you have, what you would call asthenia and basically depleted nerves. And so they would fatigue really easy. Unless they were doing something, they would fatigue. And so, the issue is that, people are coming to them for help. And so they're covered in cords, or they're covered in all these different neurological experiences that their nervous system really can't process all of them. So, be it that you look at it from an energetic point of view or a neurological point of view, you're just helping them to process and release either that energy or that neurological pattern so that they get back to themselves. And so be it that it's in a health setting or, counselor or just being around family and friends that are going through difficulties, things in the workplace, it doesn't matter what it is. Usually, health stuff is some of the more intense kinds of cords or dysregulation that can happen, but it could be all kinds of things. Yeah.
So one more question that brought
Mhm.
up. If you were in a very long relationship with somebody and you feel like you've cut the cords, you feel like you've gotten to a different place, you could end up back because you have other cords back in that place. You just need to keep working on it. Is that
Yeah, I would keep working on it because sometimes there's still like connections where the cords have been cut and it might feel better, but there still might be some there that you still don't perceive, which we are going to do a thing like after lunch where we go back and we don't even think of a person. We just go to energy centers and just do like a further disentangling. And that gets the things that you're not even conscious of. Yeah.
good? Good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
We use Rue Complex as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you could. Yeah, sure.
And would you refresh me what's in that?
Boy, I'll have to refresh myself.
I know St. John's wort is in it.
Yeah, that sounds right. I've slept since I made that, so yeah. Yeah. Rue, St. John's wort, galbanum, alemi, cistus, and embrit.
Okay. And would you just uh also refresh me the difference uh with St. John's wort because my body seems to respond to that one really well. I mean that and rue.
So both Rue and St. John's wort are both about disconnecting the cords rather than cleaning the cords.
Okay.
And so the disconnecting of the cord is really diminishing more the dysregulation. And so um, Rue is a little bit more conflict oriented. Like if there's a conflict between you and the person, conscious or unconscious, Rue usually works a little bit better. The thing with St. John's wort is it's still dysregulation, but it's like emotions or thoughts. It's not necessarily a conflict, but like maybe you have an interaction or they have an issue where it's intense and it causes like an emotional response or a mental, repetition in the mind. And so it diminishes the dysregulation that can come from intensity.
Okay.
So Rue would be conflict, and St. John's wort's more just like intensity.
Yeah, intensity and
Yeah, yeah.
persistent
Can be
repetition.
persistent. It could be, they have strong emotions or they have very
Hmm.
strong opinions, and it's not necessarily like a conflict between you guys, but it's just, I think we all
Yep.
have a person in our family that's like, "Ugh, don't get in a conversation with them. They're super opinionated. And,
Yeah.
it's not really an argument, but it's just like, okay,
Yeah.
yes, you're right. Whatever we're talking about, you're right. I'm gonna go have some turkey now. Like, leave me alone. It's like that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. Huh?
I have lots of those people. I have lots
Yeah.
of both.
I mean, I
Like,
think we all do. I
yeah.
think that's the good thing about us sharing stories on these weekends like this is, sometimes those experiences can make us feel like we're a black sheep or we're isolated or
Yeah.
we're alone in our feelings and we get together and we all have those stories like we all have that same kind of feeling and we're not really alone. We're alone maybe in our situation when it's happening, but we're all having very similar experiences.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
I was thinking that too. It's
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
All right.
I
Well,
mean,
thank
it's the
you.
idea of Uncle Bob is like we all have an Uncle Bob. I call. Thanksgiving with a certain part of my family is a meeting with the Bobs. And
Yeah.
you know, it is what
Yeah.
it is.
Maybe that's why
But
some people
that
don't
that
like
idea,
turkey.
it's almost like an archetype of like, yeah, we all got Uncle Bob's in our life.
I think we need to transmute them into the higher Uncle Bob. Anyway,
Right. We need to transmute them into their higher Robert.
yeah, there we go. There we
Yeah.
go. The higher Robert. It's not the Bob
Right, right.
anymore. Oh, super. Thank you so very much. This
You're
was
so
great.
welcome. Yeah.
What is the difference between etheric chords versus etheric chords premium?
The etheric quartz premium is a little bit more activating to the heart and like the upper faculties. Etheric chords is the one that I've used for decades, and it works quite well. It increases vagal tone, decreases the dysregulation, but I always try to like how can I improve this? And just the activation of the heart increases a little bit of integration, and it strengthens the potential for transmuting emotion. So it's just a little bit stronger in that way. And it's also yummy.
It's so yummy.
Yeah.
I do it for its healing
Yeah.
purposes.
But like we were talking about it last night, and most like I have a cord scattered throughout the house, so I don't have to look. I can just look down and go oh, and start smelling it. And it's funny where I do healings. There's two bottles for some reason. I I brought down another bottle, and almost all of them are just regular etheric quartz. Like I think one spot I have the premium, and you know for me, any ship or what is it, any port in the storm, like whatever is around me, I'll just use. So,
So when we were on the body awareness part on the second segment, um, I had like quite severe, like it was painful, right? And it was emotional. And I still feel like low grade emotion. Like I'm stable, but I still
mhm.
feel this emotion. Do I still sniff the etheric
Yeah, I
quartz? Do
so
I sniff Palo
so,
Santo or
so what happens sometimes is, going back to that neurological cycle is, we have an event or a perception, and then we go into the survival field, which is fight, flight, fawn, freeze, right? But basically, we're stuck in this loop. And so sometimes when you break out of that loop and it goes into the completion phase, you are also processing if there is an emotion there. It's usually a body emotion. It's not something that has to be resolved by the mind. And it's not something where you go like, okay, I have to do forgiveness or I have to do anything. You just have to process through the emotion. If it lingers, sometimes there might need to be some forgiveness thing, but it's usually when somebody's done really something quite bad to you, right? And so usually if the emotion comes up, you notice it'll be like, and then it starts to like kind of pass. And think of it as if that loop is there and you're resolving the loop, it's discharging all that emotion or that defensiveness or that protectiveness. But in that loop, your body's been screaming at your mind, trying to get its attention. Hey, dude, there's something been going on here. And so all that's looped up. And when you complete that loop, it discharges it. So sometimes there's a wave of something that goes up somewhere, and then you feel it or you think it, but then it should just pass, right? So it's just like passing like clouds. I would keep doing it until it feels neutral.
so the body awareness. If like
Just inhaling the with the person, but you could do body awareness. Body awareness will accelerate that process.
it was the body awareness part that brought up the emotion.
Yeah, so see right there, she's saying body awareness is what brought it up is at that point when we have like a painful event or we have something that's caused dysregulation, the mind and the body are not communicating with each other. So then, you go through and you unwind this cord with somebody, and now the mind goes, okay, what do you got to say? And the body is like, dude, I've been screaming for years. They're not listening. So in that moment, there is that connection between the mind and the body. That emotion and thought go up, those signals go up, and then they get processed. Um, I would keep doing at least to the body awareness until it's resolved. But even going through and doing the next step, it's a way to just manually grab that energy, that emotion, that thought, and then just manually run it up to the top and release it out the top of the head. So even that next step, I would say, would be,
So that next step being that application C.
yeah.
And then for those of you guys who have asked some questions, we're keeping that I didn't get to, we're keeping it very class specific, so not to confuse people. So if they're court related, but we're happy to address those other ones at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's just do a little tiny bit more before we break for lunch. Let's still do a person. Start thinking of a person. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're focused on a person. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, let go. Letting go of the inhalation. And now you're practicing body awareness. Where do you feel it in the body? Still on body awareness. What's this doing now? How you doing? Okay, and then let it go. Okay, so let's go through and just further process whatever like is being discharged, right? So your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Your low back, the backside of your navel. Your spine. Your awareness is on the spine. And then the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. The back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat. The tip of the nose. The brain. Your awareness is on your brain. The top of your head. And then 12 inches above your head. Just letting go. Well, we're going to do more after we come back from lunch, but we're going to slide over to the Astara session, the Sunday Secret Space, and do that. Join us if you can, but if not, we're going to come back from lunch in an hour and a half at 1:30 Central Time, and we'll pick up where we left off. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. Okay, so we're going to pick up where we left off. We were doing a person. Let's do another round of a person. So again, the choice that we have are the oils that we're using before the break.
And we have them posted in the chat for you guys.
So again, focus on a person and start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mm-hmm. You're focused on a person, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still focused on that person, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Pause and be still. Let's practice body awareness. So be aware of your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Your awareness is on your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you're pausing. Let's do A and B again. Same person. You're inhaling as you concentrate on that same person. And then just pause and let go. Hey, you're practicing body awareness. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the body. For one thing. And then you're going to pause and be still. So we've done a person and then we felt it in the body 2 times. You can cycle through that several times and then just go through and do the C application, which is what we're about to do just at the end. You can do it every time, or you can just save it to after you've done a bunch and then go through and do it at once. So let's go ahead and clean house a little bit. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the soles of your feet. And then your low back, the back side of your navel, known as the Mengmen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The spine. Your awareness is on the spine. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. That area between your shoulder blades. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on the tip of your nose. The brain, your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Good job. 12 inches above your head. Awareness is 12 inches above your head. Just pause and be still. Did a little slower version of it. How'd that feel? So, like with any of the processes, but let's just re-examine it here. Anytime you slow it down, it goes deeper. You spend more time going from center to center. So you could do a quick version, or you can do the same amount of work and do it in twice the amount of time. And it just is a much deeper, much more effective treatment. But I would say not not every time are you going to sit down and do the deeper work. From time to time, do the deeper work. A lot of times you're just dealing with the day or the week or that weird situation that just happened or whatever. And you just go through, you do a quick little cleanup and then move on, right? But here, we're doing a little slower um, move through the centers, and it does a deeper release. So we've done a person. We have active situation, but let's jump to past event. Let's go to a past event. Doesn't necessarily have to be negative. Observe the past event. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on that past event. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, let it go. Just let it incubate for a moment. Okay, you're doing body awareness. You're feeling it in the body. Wherever you feel it in the body, observe that area in the body. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still and let it go. And let's go through and cycle through a cleanup. So again, your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Are you still working that same one?
Mhm.
Looks like you had something good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sitting here watching Samantha go through it, and it's not even like with another person. It's just like something that happened to your body. And, you know, we're not aware of the loops that we're in until we go, hey, what's that? Oh, it's a loop. Ugh. And yeah, because you weren't aware of it before, right? No. No. Yeah. Your low back, the backside of your navel. Your awareness is on that low back. The spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. Your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The tip of your nose. Your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. I know, huh? And then your crown, the top of your head. And then 12 inches above your head. And then do we did 12 inches above the head? Yeah. Go ahead and let go. How'd that treat you? Yeah. And you didn't think it was anything. And then you get into it and it's like, whoa. Yeah. Yeah. So let's go ahead and share experiences and ask questions if you'd like. You can unmute or type in. Samantha is, I will go into, so like Samantha was just doing like when she injured her back like many years ago. And she was like, yeah, it's nothing, but I'll just check into it. And it kind of rocked you a little bit,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And it wasn't about a person, it wasn't even a traumatic event. She was just doing something and the back went, and she got over it, she's better and everything, but like going back and revisiting it, it's like she said, it's probably a loop attached to an even bigger loop, like some sort of pattern that's not conscious. It's not like she thinks about it, but it's a thing. Like, and I mean, I think you yawned like 50 times. Like and so, you know, we're holding that dysregulation in the body. And to a certain extent, her body still thinks that her back's out or is about to go out. Her body is like, ugh, careful, careful when you do this, careful when you do that. It's not conscious. It's the body like just having this like kind of awareness or this filter of like, hey, your back could go out again at any time, and it was years and years ago, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, so quite a few years ago. And so, you know, we don't think of these things as being an issue. We don't think of these things as being a loop, but your body remembers. Your body still is seeing that situation like, yeah, that still could happen, or that is still happening, whatever it is. And so, we don't think of it, but the more we go through and really unwind these things, your body frees up and it has an impact on the emotions, it has an impact on the mind. It's interesting.
Mhm. And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Well, I would tend to certainly agree. It really got to me this time. I think it's around some relationships. There's like some
Oh,
sort
sure.
of theme.
That's
Okay.
usually golden. Like, you don't have to dig very deep to find gold there.
that that and some
Yeah.
like, and I'm trying to up my communication, just in life, and try to be more clear and present. And anyways, long story short, I was so surprised how much it aggravated that really low space in my pelvis area. That's like maybe the sex chakra, between that
Mm-hmm.
and my navel and
Mm-hmm.
my jaws. There's just, that
Mm-hmm.
seems to be my kind of go-to thing. But earlier it was much more quiet, but it does tell me those loops are not complete. I mean, they're not.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
keep going through them until they feel like you feel sleepy. You don't have to do it today. You don't even have to do it this week, but like at some point you go back and revisit them and go, because they're tied to something. And that's the thing, is they cause us discomfort and stress in ways that we don't even realize that they're there. We just think, well, this is just how I feel, and this is me feeling good, or whatever it is. When we go through and resolve them, and you're like, God, how long was that bothering me? A big one, and it's not quite the same thing, but is uh, we don't realize how much our body is stressed out by the effect of viruses. Like we
Mm.
have no idea. And then you start unwinding that aspect of because the viruses manipulate our nervous system so that they can thrive in the body. They cause like dysregulation in certain areas and they diminish vagal tone. And so, you get over a virus and you think, okay, I'm better. But are we? You know,
Mm.
we might not have the presence of the virus, but you know, they love to write graffiti all over the walls and slash tires and, do all the things that they do. And, you think like this is just the way I feel. And then you reduce some of the stress and you start calming down the dysregulation, improving vagal tone. You're like, oh my God, like that is just nuts.
Wow.
Just nuts, you know?
Well, this is just a wonderful protocol to, start unwinding it and really
Right.
bringing the body and mind together. And it's
Right.
just a matter of repetition and being with
Right.
it. Thank you so
Yeah. You're
much.
so welcome.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hi, that was great. I switched to the premium etheric quartz and it is different,
Oh, yeah.
like the effects of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
It's very activating to the heart. It makes everything like melted butter.
exactly. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
wow, this is nice. I'm
We
like,
we we joked in the office. I go, I think I'm gonna call this one melted butter, because it's just,
So nice.
yeah,
it is nice. And I'm like, oh, is it as effective? And I'm like, oh, it's really gentle and I
yeah,
could
yeah,
feel
yeah.
it in my back
It's just
heart.
gentler, but
Hmm.
yeah, it's still gets in deep. It's just,
Yeah,
you know,
it's very nice. I wanted to ask you,
Mhm.
remind me what the jaws were. Um, when we did body awareness of where it is in the body, it was coming through my jaws. You made a comment about jaws yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a bunch of different things, but usually it's a sign or a reflection of some dysregulation in the body. Yesterday when we were talking about the Palo Santo,
Hmm.
like when the body is like hypersensitive or like, I don't want to say on guard, but like on alert.
Hmm.
It's tied to being in the survival field or the survival aura
Yep.
and the forehead, which is awareness, is a
Hmm.
bit overactivated, and then the solar plexus is overactivated, which is lower emotion and stress and reactivity and things like that. And then the Ming Men is overactivated, which is tied to um, the adrenals. Like, the adrenals get a little bit kicked in, so you run on maybe just a little bit of adrenaline there. And then also the perineum overactivates, which means that you're pulling up more energy. It's like it's not balanced. Your system's not balanced. Like when the perineum overactivates, it means the lower centers are much more activated and the upper centers are less activated. And so
Hmm.
there starts to be like basically a drive of that lower nature, which is really more about the survival nature, the primal
Hmm.
nature. And so that is like kind of taking over and in charge versus like having your cognitive faculties or having the heart activated and so the byproduct of all that is also the jaws will get overactivated and then they'll perpetuate the loop in the body.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Super. Thank you.
If you think about it, like times when you're agitated, your jaws are tight, or you're grinding on your jaws, or
Yep.
you keep trying to stretch your jaws. It's a reflection of that the body's in a dysregulated state, at least somewhere. It doesn't mean across the board, but somewhere there's something going on.
Yep.
Yeah,
Super.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Mhm. Even the idea of tension in the jaws and grinding the jaws, it's actually considered a sleep disorder. Because being in that dysregulated sleep, you're not able to go deep in sleep. And so the bruxing and grinding and things like that are all considered actually a sleep disorder. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, hey.
Hey, Greg. Um, yeah, during this last process, I felt really, really calm. And it was interesting, the piece about the person. They kind of started to look more and more cloudy or filled with light,
Oh,
like they
good.
weren't
Yeah, sure.
weren't
Yeah,
as
yeah,
clear. And definitely
yeah,
the situation, I feel like I was able to let go of the it's not a
yeah.
reoccurring. We've not had water for 3 days, so there's been stress with that. But it
Oh,
was
yeah, God,
in
yeah.
interesting though, once I kind of did the process and let things go.
Right.
Weirdly enough, everything was resolved. Like our water's back on now. So
Oh, good.
great.
Magic.
Magic. I know it felt like magic. I
Right,
was
right.
like,
Yeah. You kind of brought, I don't know, it kind of triggered a little thing. It was something in the way you said it. Like, that's the thing sometimes. Like, how you're saying, like, oh, like I was working and the person feels like there's light. Like, my family, there's one side of the family that is full of Uncle Bobs.
hmm
And I think that's the thing to also like take into account sometimes. We go through and we do this work and we get to like a better place and we feel better about them. And, you know, you're balancing the nervous system, you're calming down dysregulation, you're increasing vagal tone, so light's coming in. And so in these situations, sometimes like I would feel like deeper levels of love for these people because like it's like no, it was the past, or oh, they're just who they are, or and it was a weird thing is like I would think like, oh, we'll get along now a little bit better. And I'd get around them and I was like, nope, they're still who they are. Even though like I've gotten to a better place, doesn't mean that they're necessarily in a better place. Just
Yeah,
because I was like, hey, let's just get along and set it all aside. It wasn't always the case. I mean, sometimes it was,
yeah,
but those like kind of really ornery or stubborn people, even when you shift sometimes and kind of come to it in a different way, um, sometimes they're not. And so even though you're like, oh, I'm in a much better place, it was nothing that you said that like, oh, you got to be aware of that. But it kind of triggered that, like,
yeah,
oh, yeah, there's been times where a couple of Uncle Bob's, I was like, they're so full of light and everything. When next time we interact, it's going to be so nice. It's going to be so different. And no,
hmm
they
Nope.
went right back to the way it was, and
Yes.
so like to also be aware of like they can be that way and it's just not triggering to me, or I don't feel like I need to do the dance with them, or I
Yeah.
don't, whatever. And so I don't know, it was just something you said. I just thought, it came up, so might as well share it.
Well, I've noticed that too, just
Yeah,
taking all these classes with you.
yeah.
I'm definitely more detached, maybe isn't the right word, but I don't get so stirred up or into their drama as much.
Yeah, I mean, that idea of detachment, like I think about that a lot sometimes. And you know I think there is this kind of idea with detachment that like, oh, I'm detached. I'm not going in this situation. I'm not going to feel anything, or I'm going to keep my distance or whatever. And I really think that the idea of detachment is to be able to get in and interact with them and not get pulled
Yeah,
in by their gravity, not get
right.
pulled in by their drama. And then when you walk away, you don't walk away going, they said that weird thing. And then da 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 da,
Yes.
you just walk away and you go, yeah, I'm done. And you
Yeah,
and you walk away. And so there is that kind of detachment where you can engage something that is like dense and heavy and maybe not the most positive, and you don't get hooked into it, and then you just go, okay, I'm done, I'm gonna get up and walk away now.
yeah,
And
yeah,
then you walk away like clean. I think that's the thing to shoot for in a lot of these different situations, is just that kind of detachment or that ability to engage and then just, okay, I'm gonna walk away now.
Yeah, and these oils have been really, and these protocols have been helpful in the work that I do too. I work a lot with trauma,
Yeah.
clients that have been through
Oils are
trauma.
so good for trauma. Oh my God,
Yeah,
so good for trauma.
and it just helps me to
Yeah,
not
good for
sit there
you.
and
Yeah.
ruminate about their lives or their
Right,
stories
right,
after they
right.
leave.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, so good for trauma. Yeah, good for you.
And then my question just about the
Mhm.
protocol itself, going up the chakras, is it releasing out of the crown then some of our
Yeah,
energy?
so it's releasing like you're kind of going through and you're transmuting in the body, you're transmuting in the emotions, you're transmuting in the mind, and then if there is some pattern or something that needs to be learned in the situation, it kind of releases out and goes up to that 12th as lesson learned. So if there is
Mm,
some sort of karmic pattern in there, even
okay.
if it's karmic, it actually helps to unwind the karmic issue that might be laying in there that's, not in our awareness.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, great shares, guys.
Mhm. Okay, so we didn't do the active situation, but I think that's probably fine. I think we're going to come back and we're going to do the chakras. And the chakras are just about any sort of entanglement that is completely unconscious. It's kind of like your thing with your back, not really aware of it. And you go like, let's see what's here. And so sometimes, we've worked the different people in the different situations and you go, I feel pretty good. And then you go do it from the chakra point of view and you're like, ugh, something there. So we're going to just like look at that a little bit and play with that. And so let's come back at 10 after and we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. So we're going to explore the idea of doing it with chakras. I would call this disentangling. You know, you're not necessarily going to like focus on a situation or a past event, how we do like body awareness. You're going to do it, but like on a chakra. So there's a few hot spots that you could do, but really you could do it on any of the chakras. One that you wouldn't think about is the crown. We have it's usually not so much to people, but it's like patterns in our lives, like situations. But the big ones would be the front and back solar plexus, the sex chakra, the basic, the Ming Men sometimes, and probably the ajna. You could do throat and ajna. You don't have to do them all. I would say just do one or two at any given time, but you know, let's try the crown. I really like doing the one on the crown. Like some of it is, if you think about like your thoughts are going and in a way your thoughts are attaching to things or connected to things and it's a way to kind of clear the mind. And so I'd be curious to hear what you have to say about this too. So you're not really thinking about anything, you're not having to value anything, you're not having to go back and like remember that time when such and such did this or that happened. You're just going to put your awareness on that area and breathe, right? So your awareness is on your crown and start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the top of your head. You're still on the crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let it go. You're just pausing, letting it go. And then again, your awareness is at the top of your head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Oh, then pause and be still. Just let it go. And let's move to a different spot. Let's move to the good old fashioned front solar plexus. So awareness is on that area below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Just pause and let that go. Again, your front solar. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let that go. Okay, just notice how you're feeling. How are you feeling?
Really good. Not high. Oh,
Neutral.
pretty boring. Good.
So now go to the back solar plexus, that mid back area, below your shoulder blades, that mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on your back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're inhaling on that back solar plexus area. And then just pause and be still. Notice how you're feeling. I'm feeling. Yeah. Did we do that once or twice? Let's do that one again. Back solar plexus, that mid back area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. You're just pausing. You're letting it incubate. Let's do an experiment. Let's do it on our navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your navel. Right. Hmm. Oh, I don't know necessarily. Hmm. I don't remember him saying. Doesn't mean. But your awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Oh, really. Navel's good. Helps. And you're just pausing and being still. Let's do the navel again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your navel. Okay, let that go. It's different than when doing it on the person or the past event, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's do the spleen. So left hand side of the body below your ribs. Left hand side of the body below the ribs. You're on your spleen. This area will get hit a lot, especially if you're doing things like counseling, body work, acupuncture, chiropractic, you're a doctor, a nurse, things of that nature. You'll tend to get corded a lot in that area. So this might be good for you to do just from time to time. And then pause. And again, still on that left hand side of the body below the ribs, you're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. And just push through the body and let's do the back side, the back spleen. Right? So your awareness is on the back side, still the left hand side of your body, that same spot, but on the back. Your awareness is on that back side. And then pause and let go. Now, back side of the navel. So in the low back area, your Ming Men, the back side of the navel, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths on that Ming Men or low back area. Your awareness is on that low back area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and let go. Let's try the sex chakra where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And you're pausing and you're being still. And train you. Yeah. Let's do the sex chakra again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Now, the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. And then just pause. Hmm. Again, your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And you're pausing and being still. You notice they're all kind of relaxing, but they're relaxing in a different way. They're soothing in a different way. Since we're experimenting, let's try the heart, center of your chest. Your awareness is on the center of your chest. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. let that go. What was that? Yeah, we can. Let's do the back arc, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. And then just let go. Just let go. How was that one? What's that? I mean, we've been bouncing around. We might as well just finish it off. Let's do the throat. Your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let go. to the area between your eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then let go. And we started with the crown, so let's end with the crown. Go ahead and put your awareness on top of your head again and inhale, and let's just see what happened with going through and doing all those centers. And then pause and still. Pause and be still. How was that? So, we're doing another free class in 2 weeks that it's like the chakras and vagal tone or something. And, like if you're liking the chord class today, you'll like that class as well. It's like a different version of kind of something very similar, different way to the top of the mountain. But let's go ahead and open it up for shares and questions. I think somebody was asking, like in the booklet, it just says chakra. It's just choose your chakra, whatever chakra you want to work.
Go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, hey.
Hey, Greg. That one was nice. Very, I feel calm and very light throughout the chakras.
Mhm.
I did have a question. So you were saying, when you do body work or, work with clients, they tend to cord at the spleen area.
Yeah, you'll
Um,
get cords other places, but
okay.
the spleen is like life force. And
Mm,
and so like if somebody's going through difficulty or something, they don't do it consciously, but the cord will
right.
go to that and it helps them through whatever health issue they're going through. And even if it's like a counselor or something, for us to be able to process our emotions and have the heart activate and have like the ability to process our sensory information, it's still tied to the spleen. And if you look
Yeah.
at like the idea of like depression and things like that, energetically, depression a lot of times is a depleted spleen or depleted lower centers. And so, the heart will get depleted with depression, but it's because the spleen is depleted. And
Okay.
so, even when you're doing like counseling and things, the cords sometimes go to the spleen just because it's like extra juice for them to do whatever it is they're doing, processing or whatever. And so, healthcare practitioners usually have the tendency to have more cords on the spleen.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I do counseling. I guess that's why I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
curious about
yeah,
that.
yeah. You might not get it as much as like an ER doc, but
Right.
because an ER doc, they're like life and death, but
Sure.
still you're going to get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you recommend, doing all these protocols like, like once a week or, for,
As a counselor, I would probably end my day with, I don't know that you need to revisit all the people that you see in a day, but
okay,
just, how at the very beginning of the day we just inhaled. Like no,
sure.
nothing specific, nothing just, probably with etheric cords or rue.
Okay.
You could use St. John's wort as well.
Okay.
But it just would help to release whatever it is for the day. And for you, it would help you like sleep better and not have other people's stuff in your field.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I notice, especially when I'm doing, I do other things besides counseling, but when I'm doing mostly counseling where the person is talking a lot,
Mhm.
I tend to get a lot more exhausted versus
Yeah,
doing
you're a
other
lot more
things.
contamination with,
Yeah,
I mean, as a counselor, you're a energetic garbage can. You, you know,
yeah, yep.
they're talking and it's helping them process, but it's like,
It all
and
comes at you.
the tendency for people that are like counselor is the heart is big, but sometimes over a period of time, the heart is big, but it's depleted, because you're
Hmm.
having to stay like activated for so long that the contamination will actually at some point cause depletion. So the
Yeah.
idea of even like kind of visiting the theracords on the heart or on the spleen would
Okay.
probably clean that up for you a little bit. And
Yeah.
just from time to time, a little salt bath or a little, salt scrub or,
Yeah.
something just to do a little bit of hygiene. But uh, back in a long time ago, like you hear me talk about like I used to work with a group of counselors, and I would even go to the local university and I would do like talks and things with the people going through the program, to become counselors and things and
Yeah.
psychologists. And a lot of them would have stories about like they'd have an intense patient and then they'd go home and couldn't get off the couch for a couple of days. And
Right.
all it is contamination.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're dealing with severe like traumas and things like that. And it's just a form of contamination. And like their body, it took them a few days to even be able to get up and start moving, but it's just, all the energy aspects, the meridians, the chakras, they're just clogged. So you just,
Yeah. Okay.
clean it up a little bit and yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared, it's amazing how quiet everything is right now.
Yeah.
Thank
Isn't
you
it?
so much for this class.
And I like this because a lot of times if you think about it, like when we're in the survival mode, we're looking outward, we're interacting with the outward world. We're projecting something to try to feel safe or try to make something happen or whatever. So we're thinking of a person, we're thinking of an event, we're thinking of the active situation. And I think that's all good to do, you know. But like when you come back and you do the chakras, it's a little bit like, you're going inward rather than going outward. And it is a little bit more vagal tone oriented, and it's more just about like you. Like I'm just trying to feel good in this situation where so much of what we do, like, it's just how we get stuff done is we project outward and like, how do I stay safe here? How do I make this happen here? what do I need to do to maintain something over here? Like, we're constantly kind of projecting outward, and it's like the opposite of that. And I always found this part with the chakras to be incredibly soothing, you know. Yeah, incredibly soothing.
And go ahead, Kadeem.
Hey, hey, how are you, Kadeem?
Hey Greg, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Doing good.
Good.
How's life out there?
It's good. It's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, New York is good. Yeah, for sure.
good, good.
Um, so yeah, this past go around, I definitely had, I guess is the term abreactions, physical abreactions to things that were happening as I was inhaling on the chakras. Like my body was just doing all these movements, like involuntary movements.
Like kind of like jerking a little
Right,
bit, or
jerking.
like,
Yeah,
yeah, that's probably you're letting go of some sort of dysregulation. You know, I mean, it could be two things. It could be you're letting go of some dysregulation, but on the flip side of that, you know, the thing that happens like when we're going to sleep or something, and we're starting to leave our body and go a little bit more into that astral realm, you'll get like these like jumps or twitches.
right.
It actually could be that.
Wow.
I bet you actually the more I talk it out, you're probably hitting more of that. Like, you're starting to go into an expanded state, into like a more intuitive part of the mind and everything. And so sometimes there'll be like a jerk or like a twitch or something. Um, Sometimes I'll even make like a noise.
Mm.
Eh.
Yep, same.
Like I'll
Yep.
just do some. I've done it in meditation in a large group of room, large a bunch of people, and we're all in deep peace, and all of a sudden I go, uh, but it's like I'm getting ready to go a little bit deeper, so apparently I have to vocalize,
Right. Yeah, I
and
definitely
and
felt I did
so
too.
it sounds a little bit more like that.
Got it. Okay, great. Yeah, because I had the
I mean, were you
vocalization.
feeling expanded?
I mean, I definitely felt. Oh, there were moments of expansion, but definitely felt like clean. Like at a certain point, I
Yeah,
was like, "Oh, I'm seeing a open highway, just like super clean."
right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Um,
perfect.
and I guess my second thing is, I know you mentioned, of course, this spleen, right? People connect to that, therapists and counselors, doctors, things of that nature. What about performers, people that are on stage or stuff like that?
Probably a little bit more sex chakra basic, front back solar.
Okay.
Yeah. The other one that might be like if somebody is really concentrating on you versus like the whole stage, it might hit the throat and the ajna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
Yeah. You're so welcome.
Can you explain more how to tell which chakras have cords attached to them?
It's more about projections outward and everything. And so I wouldn't necessarily use this to evaluate like a chord. I would say these are unconscious chords that you're unconscious chords and unconscious connections or entanglements. And so I would say the best approach is to just assume. Like pretty much everything's got something on it. And so you're going to go through and do it. The ones that are probably going to bother you the most, that like you'll feel like, oh, is the front, back, solar, sex, and like basic, like I was talking about with Kadeem. But like if you're a practitioner of some sort, it might be your spleen. But even like when we were doing the heart, like you said, like you're starting to feel like you're falling into something, right? And there starts to be these connections that are they're very different than how the intellect sees things. The intellect sees the environment and projects outward and everything, but there are unconscious connections to things that we don't really realize. And when you're doing it from the point of view of the chakras, that's what you're actually hitting. Yeah.
And go ahead, Teresa.
I had an interesting experience. Well, before we got to the tailbone, I fell asleep and
Hmm.
I I was working on the heart space when I woke up. And as a cord left, I felt some whoever corded to me didn't want me to leave. They thought that was theirs.
Yeah,
And I kind of awoke because I heard this, you're taking this from me, and I'm like, but you're connected to me.
right.
It was just wild.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, somewhere, I don't know. I thought I was on spleen. I fell asleep. I was on the heart, and then that happened, kind of shook me up a little bit, and I didn't know what it was. And then I thought, oh, that probably makes sense. If someone wants to cord to you,
yeah, and
uh,
who knows, like what that was about, or
yeah,
some sort of connection, or like trying to connect, or but
yeah,
I mean, we do, if you look at it from the idea of we're dealing with each chakra has action, and then vagal tone, and the vagal tone is really tied more to the soul field, or the aspect of the aura of like the higher nature, the ball of light, the soul.
mm-hmm,
And then the survival field, which is like our primal field, like our
mm-hmm,
our things that are survival oriented, which is tied to the action activity with the potential for dysregulation.
yeah,
It's more projections outward. It's survival oriented. So it's
yeah,
not looking inward, it's always looking outward.
yeah,
And so, even though the heart is the heart, we still have these like projections outward, and they're not always negative, but
mm-hmm,
at some point we outgrow them, we move past them, they're not necessary, whatever it is.
uh-huh,
And by going through and doing the chakra, you're taking it out of survival mode and you're making it about inward. And so it's basically it's making it more about what's good for you. You know what I mean? And it sounds like that
mm-hmm,
was your experience with that, some version of like, no, but this is me. Like you go along your way now, whatever that is.
yeah.
Yeah,
It
sure.
could have been anything. I mean, I was working on some of those relationships earlier, but it just kind of shocked me. I just heard this voice and I woke up and I'm like, and then I hear you go, okay, go to the tailbone. I'm like, where am I?
Yeah,
But that's nice. A fabulous day. My body is very, very happy. And
good.
this is, this would be a great, I want to throw that in there. Great practice for corporate people too.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the thing that I
Anybody.
used to do with corporate settings was etheric chords and hyssop. Because hyssop is about reducing the potential of absorbing negativity and that part. And I mean, um, the chords, the hyssop, and rue. Those were bread and butter oils for those settings. You know,
Yeah, absolutely. Super. Thank you.
you're so welcome.
Great shares and questions,
Mhm.
guys.
Yeah, good. So how about we'll come back at 10 till the hour, and we're gonna do a little deeper dive on working with a person. Hey, everybody, we're gonna come on back. We're still using the same oil, but we're gonna do a different process. So this process is about unwinding the instinctive response to go into the dysregulation or go into that survival field. Um, we're working on the knees, ankles, soles of the feet. So a lot of times we're getting triggered, or we're having this instinctive response, And really, that instinctive response is based on conditioning, right? So we're going to unwind that a little bit. We've done this once before. I think we did it like 3 or 4 weeks ago or something, or maybe the angelic presence. Yeah, yeah. So you're going to think of a person. And as you think of the person, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Pause and let go. Pause and let go. Again, a person. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Pause and let go. Your awareness is on your knees, either your whole knee or the back of the knee. Your awareness is on the knees. And then your awareness is on the ankles. The soles of the feet. Okay, so now we're going to shift to spinal awareness. You're going to be aware of your whole spine. Where do you feel something in your spine? If you don't feel anything, your awareness is just on the whole spine itself. So you're practicing spinal awareness. Doing spinal awareness, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're going to do it again. You can do the same person or you can do a different one.
Does it work if you do like a group of people, like?
Yeah, you could do a group. Yeah, sure. Group or a
People?
past event. No, you could do a group or an active situation or past event. Sure. So you're focused on the situation, the person. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you're just pausing and letting go. Now let's do your knees, your whole knee or the back of your knee. Your ankles, your awareness is on your ankles. The soles of your feet. And then your spine. Your awareness is on the spine. Either the whole spine, or if there's a spot that really stands out to you, focus on that area. And then just pause and let go. So, this idea of treating the knees, ankles, and soles of the feet are really, you could say, what is like you're addressing the potential for dysregulation. By treating this, the tendency is any sort of interaction or reaction in these situations, dysregulation potential goes down quite substantially. The other thing that I would say is you're diminishing the tendency for attachment in the situation, like how we were talking about earlier. Like the attachment is, you know, trying to fix it, trying to feel safe, trying to produce a result, trying to whatever, and we get like entangled and we have a hard time pulling out, right? And so this idea of treating the knees, ankles, and soles of the feet, and then the spine, it's just a way to flush out any sort of connection to this situation and allow for there to be a disengagement, you know. And so I don't know. I find it to be quite potent, very simple and straightforward. You know, the thing with the knees, ankles, soles of the feet, it's tied to the auric programming work. And so, you know, there's a reason why that's a piece of the auric programming, like advanced approach. And so you're kind of taking a little bit of that advanced approach and you're mixing it with working with these etheric chords. And so, like Samantha said, does it have to be just people or could it be a situation? Let's do this last round of it. And we're going to do a past event. So think of some past event, and it could be a pattern. It doesn't have to be just a one thing. Think about it and begin inhaling with that past event or that old pattern. You're still inhaling. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still focused on that past event. And let that go and go to your knees, your whole knee or the back of your knee. It's just your ankles, your awareness is on your ankles. The soles of your feet. And then spinal awareness. Your awareness is on your spine, either the whole spine or just a spot in your spine. And then pause and be still. How was that? We're going to do one more round, but it's going to be with segment 5. We've done so much work in some of the past classes with visualizing ourselves in a ball of light. This helps with improving vagal tone and diminishing dysregulation. Basically, it also helps to let light in, right? And mixed it in with doing the ball of light around the head, neck, and shoulders. So as we do the ball of light around the head, neck, and shoulders, you're you're not just letting light in, you're starting to attune to the light. So I thought we'd just do this and just see how it feels, just as a fun little exercise. So again, choose a person. If you want to do an event or an active situation, you could do that as well. But you're focused on something and you're inhaling the oil. Now you're letting that go and you're visualizing yourself in a ball of light. So in front of you and behind you, left and right, above and below. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're visualizing yourself in a ball of light. You've let go of the person or the event. You're just focused on the ball of light. And you're letting that go. Now, the ball of light, the second ball of light is around the head, the neck, and the shoulders. So you're just doing like this area, right? So it's a much smaller ball of light, just around the head, the neck, and the shoulders. You're inhaling the oil. And then pause and let that go. Just be still. How did that feel? How did that feel to you? Might be. Yeah. Okay, let's share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in, maybe just sweep down. But how'd you guys do?
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey,
It's really been insightful. This time I had tears, but I had instincts of which oils to use.
mhm.
So there's a lot clearing, I'm quite certain. I'm really grateful that you did this class.
Oh, good. I'm
And,
glad.
and I wanted to ask you, mention, could you just say what hyssop does one more time?
It diminishes the tendency to absorb negativity, like
Great.
in any given situation, like from other people or environments, things like that.
Very good. Thank you.
Mhm. You're
Thank
so welcome.
Yeah, go ahead, Peggy.
Hey.
I had to figure out how to unmute myself. Anyway, So on the hyssop thing, it also worked for my vertigo, which I never, for the
Yeah,
vertigo I had once.
sure. Yeah, yeah.
Does that connect with the negative, not
No,
taking?
the vertigo is like the tightness in the sternocleidomastoid, which makes the breath shallow. And so by inhaling hyssop, it slows down the breath and deepens the breath, relaxes the diaphragm, and begins to relax the sternocleidomastoid, which are those two rope muscles on each side. And the tightness in the sternocleidomastoid and the diaphragm is actually what causes the vertigo.
Okay.
Yeah.
I intend never to have it again, but I keep hyssop in my purse and by my
Yeah.
bed and by my, everything. I love it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
It's a rock star.
I love it.
Yeah.
And okay, so the next question is, it's not a question. I have been sleeping all day long, off and on, and so relaxed. Just, just wonderful. So thank you for that.
You're
Um,
so welcome.
and the other part, and this has nothing to do with anything. What are those bracelets you're wearing? I don't recognize them.
Oh, they're woolly mammoth. Yeah. They're the fossilized ivory from mammoth.
Okay, I love them, and I just
Yeah.
haven't
Yeah.
seen you wear them before, and I thought that,
Yeah. I've only had them for about 6 weeks, maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
I've worn a necklace for a little while, but I'm sporting the bracelets as well. So
Okay, well, from one fashionista to another, I greatly approve. They're really
yeah,
pretty.
thanks.
Get
Yeah,
some for Sam too.
yeah.
Um, anyway, thank you. Yeah, once more for a wonderful weekend.
You're so welcome.
So someone shared in the first ball of light for a nanosecond, I saw myself as a body of light within the ball of light.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Yeah, very good.
Right when we got done, we had the universal shh mudra happening. So I find it easier to do the small ball. Does that make sense? Doesn't
Yeah,
matter, just
yeah,
person to
yeah,
person.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, hey.
Um, the I know this, and I know there's a fix for it, but I don't see. I don't visual. I'm one of the 20% of the people that
Hmm?
don't visualize. Um, do you have any helpful hints? Because I've got all of them.
Yeah,
Imagine that.
you can look at an image, like you could look at a circle or a ball or something and kind of get that in the memory and then just, put two and two together. Um, like the idea is you're training the intellectual mind to take direction from the intuitive mind. And so even though it might not be happening, it's still kind of good for you to go through the steps of trying to visualize it. And, if you don't, you know, have a hard time even maintaining that. Instead of visualizing the ball, be aware of like the immediate, like couple feet around your body. I find that to be actually harder, but some people say it's easier. But I would say, try visualizing the ball. For me, like visualizing sometimes, especially, years ago, I couldn't visualize. Like if I had to visualize a color or something, I couldn't visualize it. So I would look at the color, and then when it came time, I would just be remembering the color. And so the same idea can be with the ball. Like, you look at the ball and you are not necessarily visualizing the ball, but you're remembering the ball, and then,
Oh, I haven't tried that one. That's great. I'll
yeah,
try that one too.
yeah,
I'll give you a report
yeah.
next time.
I have an artist that, we use for Astara that I'm gonna have, draw out the the ball of light. I've been so busy I haven't had time to reach out to her and have that conference call yet. So
That'll be wonderful.
Yeah, I think it'll be helpful for some people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then again, like you said, it's you look at the image and then later you're just remembering it. You're not necessarily visualizing
Okay.
it.
Yeah, kind of same though. That's lovely.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The experience of a ball of light always seems to be different. Nothing surprises me, especially since there are now a big and a small ball.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
It's very interesting though too, doing it like with the etheric quartz oil.
Mhm.
Like it, I mean, we've been working the etheric cords all day, but it definitely had, I don't know, a different like,
It has a different vibe.
yeah.
Yeah, it has a very different vibe. Like that's the thing, how like I was just saying to Peggy, you're trying to get the intuitive mind or the intellectual mind to take information or guidance from the intuitive mind. Even the idea of visualizing a ball of light, you're really you're visualizing like the soul field or the aura associated with the higher nature or the soul. And so, even with that, you're shifting the aspect of the mind to like embrace that aspect of the higher, where most times our aura, which is the energetic mold or blueprint, is very survival oriented. It's your primal aura or your survival field or aura, right? So it's tied to the form, it's tied to survival, and it's full of loops, which is what we call auric programs. And so, a lot of times we're refining those loops because even in the aura there could be dysregulation. So you're diminishing dysregulation, you're refining the form, right? And then when you come to the place of starting to visualize the ball of light, you're really what you're doing is you're putting your attention awareness on the soul and you're bringing the soul into the conscious mind and beginning to bring light in to the body, but then you're starting to emanate potentially light outwards. And so then when you do the ball around the head, neck, and shoulder, you're you're not just letting light in, but you're starting to like attune to the light. You're starting to like harmonize with the light. And then there's still a step of then aligning with the light, which is the aspect of the will, the different aspects of the will, aligning with the light. And then the step after that is about the light beginning to awake consciousness, in the mind. So we did a version of it in the Astara today.
Is that what that was
Mhm.
kind of in connection with? Nice. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, a very soft version.
Yeah, it felt kind of different
Yeah,
than what
yeah,
we've done before.
and
So
and we'll be playing with it in like the angel work and stuff like that on Tuesday nights when we're doing the angel journey, and so yeah,
sounds like it would go good with like the deeper healings.
deeper healing and yeah, yeah. It's going to be in also one of the books. I just like I'm not sure it's going to be the next one. It might be the one after, the one in the fall.
Maybe this Wednesday though, we do a little taste of
Oh
it.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could totally do that. Yeah.
I think we've had a good day.
Yeah. And like I said, in 2 weeks we're doing another free class, which is vagal tone and the chakras, and it would have a similar vibe as today. Different, but the same. Different things we'd be talking about. I mean, I guess I could even throw chords in there. I didn't think about that. I could. Yeah.
And just a lot of you guys have taken the mystical approach to the chakras, and we are doing that class next weekend.
Yeah. And there will be an updated 4.0. I think it's our first 4.0.
Yeah.
And it is going to be a little bit more vagotone oriented as well. So
if you took that class, it is a retake for you. And if it's your first time, you can have access to all the other classes before. So it's kind of great. And then the newsletter will go out on Monday. So keep your eye out for that. If you haven't had a chance to see our newsletter yet, it is the go-to place for all things plant prana oils. And I think we'll call it a class.
yeah, hope you guys enjoyed, and thanks for hanging out. And like back when we were talking about this, I was like, we could spend the whole day talking about the chords. And then as I was writing in this class, I was like, well, I got to keep it to one day. I was like, really, we could have spent the whole weekend doing chords, but this was a good start. So take care, you guys.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Salt bath recommendations.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard something completely different
Oh,
on
did you?
Spellbath.
Okay.
I like the idea of Palo Santo. Like I'd say, let's draw upon the things from yesterday. Palo Santo or Ravensara could be good. And you remember how we were talking about the Ravensara is like it helps to like feel settled. It has like a
Ooh,
settling effect. And we went through and we did all this work, and the Palo Santo would be cleansing. But after you kind of do this and you have a little bit of a shift, it's kind of nice to have that like strengthening and settling impact from whatever you're doing. And so, I mean, I would go down that route.
could you combine them?
You could, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Ravensara and lavender are really good together. A lot of the old medical aromatherapy stuff, those two got used together quite a bit.
Mm,
Palo Santo would still work, but Palo Santo is it's a strong like cleanser and dysregulator, and you've already dysregulated a lot today. So
okay.
I'd say the settling part or the soothing part, like with the lavender or
hmm
or the Ravensara might be nice. Like if you wanted to combine, I'd combine those two.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Sounds great. Thank you so very much.
You're so welcome.